Before we begin, allow yourself a moment to settle into comfort. Let your thoughts soften. Let your breath become slow and steady, and let the day drift quietly into the background. Tonight, we're going to travel back through thousands of years into a world shaped by some of the oldest stories humanity ever recorded. These are the tales of the Anunnaki, divine beings woven into the earliest memories of civilization, guardians of cosmic order, keepers of creation, and silent watchers over the rhythms of life and death. You'll hear the story as ancient people once imagined it, unfolding gently from the beginnings of the universe to the rise of cities along the great rivers. Let the quiet cadence of the words carry you, like a slow river passing under starlight, as we explore a world of myth, memory, and timeless wonder. Long before the first cities lifted their walls above the plains of Mesopotamia, long before writing traced symbols of thought onto clay tablets, the people of the ancient rivers spoke of beings who shaped the rhythms of the world. They described a timeless realm where the sky, the earth, and the waters below were not separate, silent elements, but living presences guided by divine forces. Among these forces were the Anunnaki, a group of gods whose names carried echoes of creation, judgment, fertility, and fate. Their story is intertwined with the birth of human civilization itself, reaching into the earliest memories of humanity's attempt to understand the vast, mysterious universe that surrounded them. According to ancient tradition, the world began in a great mingling of elements, more primal than day and night. In this earliest state of existence, there was no distinction between sky and land, only an endless expanse where potential rested in deep stillness. Within that stillness existed a boundless ocean, a living presence called the primeval waters. From this vast and formless beginning, the first divisions of creation slowly emerged, like dawn spreading across the horizon after an endless night. The upper waters, filled with clarity and light, gave rise to the sky, while the lower waters, heavy with dark abundance, gave rise to the earth. It was from this initial separation that the first great deities took form. The sky became associated with a being whose presence stretched across the heavens like an endless dome, while the earth took shape as a being whose body nourished life and anchored the world. These two forces existed in a harmonious embrace, their union giving rise to the earliest generation of gods. Among their children were figures who represented the blazing sun, the life-giving rain, the flowing rivers, and the whispering winds. And from this divine family emerged the Anunnaki, a group of deities destined to shape the destinies of both gods and humans. In the oldest stories, the Anunnaki were described as a vast assembly of divine beings, celestial figures who carried responsibilities essential to the world's stability. Some presided over the earth, ensuring that the seasons followed their proper paths and that the soil remained fertile. Others were associated with the deep, governing the waters from which all life flowed. Still others were seen as keepers of destiny, their judgments guiding the fates of individuals and kingdoms alike. They lived within the structure of creation, not as distant abstractions, but as presences felt in every rainfall, every harvest, and every turning of the stars. As time passed, the stories surrounding the Anunnaki grew more detailed. The people who settled between the great rivers spoke of a hierarchy within the divine world, one in which the Anunnaki played a crucial role alongside other powerful gods. They gathered in councils when decisions of great weight had to be made, their voices shaping the unfolding of cosmic order. They were invoked in rituals meant to ensure abundance, harmony, and protection. Their names were etched into tablets, carried in prayers, and whispered at dusk when the sky turned copper and shadows lengthened across the land. Among the earliest of the divine beings connected to the Anunnaki was a god associated with the sweet waters that flowed beneath the earth. He was regarded as a source of wisdom and healing, his essence present in springs and rivers. From the heavens, another great deity watched over storms, winds, and the life-giving rains that transformed the desert into fertile plains. Through these forces, the Anunnaki and their kin shaped the landscape, bringing abundance where there had been dryness and guiding the balance between toil and renewal. Human beings, newly fashioned in the world of clay and spirit, looked upon these deities with reverence. They built altars and temples, offering the first fruits of their labor to honor the beings who governed existence. In return, they believed the Anunnaki bestowed protection, knowledge, and the cycles that allowed civilization to flourish. As villages expanded into cities, and cities into kingdoms, the roles of the Anunnaki expanded as well. They became guardians of law, justice, and the unseen forces that guided the rise and fall of nations. Yet the story of the Anunnaki was not static. It evolved through the centuries as different cultures, Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, Assyrians, wove their own interpretations into the ancient tapestry. Some associated the Anunnaki with the underworld, seeing them as judges who oversaw the destinies of the dead. Others envisioned them as celestial beings who watched from the highest heavens, maintaining balance throughout the cosmos. In each interpretation, their presence remained essential, a reminder that the divine world shaped every aspect of life from birth to death and beyond. Despite the vastness of their responsibilities, the Anunnaki were often depicted with qualities that reflected human experience. They loved, struggled, sought knowledge, and faced challenges that mirrored the trials of mortal life. Through these stories, people came to understand their gods not as distant rulers, but as beings whose actions resonated with the rhythms of existence. Their mythic narratives became guides to understanding nature, morality, and the mysteries of time. As the myths unfolded across the centuries, the world shaped by the Anunnaki grew ever more complex. The great gods of sky, storm, earth, and water existed in a vast, interconnected family, each contributing to the unfolding order of creation. In the deep past, before humans had fully begun to shape the lands with canals and fields, the divine realm itself was said to be alive with movement. The waters beneath the earth flowed with hidden power. The heavens rumbled with the breath of storms, and the mountains stood as pillars between the worlds of gods and mortals. Within this living cosmos, the Anunnaki were seen as mediators of balance, ensuring that each realm fulfilled its role within the greater design. One early tale spoke of how the great deities, overwhelmed by the labor required to maintain the world, called upon the Anunnaki to share in their responsibilities. The universe, though majestic, demanded constant attention. The rivers needed guidance to follow their winding paths. Storms required tempering so they would nourish rather than destroy, and the fertile soil relied on celestial rhythms to bring forth crops in their proper seasons. The Anunnaki stepped into these roles with diligence, shaping the earth's cycles with patience and care. But the divine world, like the human world, was not free of tension. As different gods took on different domains, rivalries sometimes emerged. Storms clashed with droughts, harvests depended on the unpredictable moods of weather, and the underworld pulled against the vitality of the living world. These opposing forces created a dynamic equilibrium, a tension necessary for life to flourish. In this celestial landscape, the Anunnaki often served as intermediaries, balancing the wills of the greater gods and ensuring that conflict did not erupt into chaos. Among the stories preserved on ancient tablets, there were tales of how the gods grew weary of their toil, their labors mirroring the struggles of human farmers who bent over their fields from dawn until dusk. The creation of humanity itself, according to some traditions, emerged from this divine fatigue. The gods, burdened by endless tasks, sought assistance. From the clay of the earth and the essence of the divine realm, humans were fashioned to take on part of the labor that had once fallen solely upon the gods. The Anunnaki, present at the formation of this new being, watched as the first humans learned to till the land, gather grain, and honor the divine with offerings that acknowledged the interdependence between mortal life and celestial order. As humanity grew in number and established thriving settlements, the Anunnaki became more deeply involved in guiding their development. Temples rose in tribute to the great gods, and within these sacred spaces, priests invoked the Anunnaki during rituals meant to ensure the steady flow of life's necessities. Whether calling upon them for abundant harvests, relief from storms, or guidance in matters of justice, people saw the Anunnaki as essential links between the human and divine worlds. Their presence brought meaning to the unpredictable forces of nature, turning chaos into a pattern that could be recognized, respected, and celebrated. Over time, as empires rose and fell across the fertile plains between the Tigris and Euphrates, the roles of the Anunnaki shifted with the changing beliefs of the people. In some eras, they were envisioned as celestial figures who resided in the heavens, their presence felt in the movements of stars and constellations. In other periods, they became judges of the underworld, presiding over the fates of souls who journeyed into the depths after death. This duality reflected the ancient understanding that life and death were intimately connected, each shaped by forces that existed beyond the visible world. The underworld, in myth, was not a realm of punishment, but a place where existence continued in a quiet, shadowed reflection of the living world. The Anunnaki who presided there ensured that order remained unbroken, guiding souls to their proper place and maintaining the boundaries between the realms. Their judgments were said to be fair and impartial, rooted in the ancient laws that governed the universe long before humans set foot upon the earth. People honored these underworld deities with offerings and rituals, acknowledging that the unseen world held as much importance as the world of daylight. Even as the Anunnaki were associated with the underworld in certain traditions, their connection to the heavens remained strong. The sky, vast and shimmering with stars, was seen as a map of divine intent. Celestial patterns were interpreted as messages from the gods, and the orderly movement of the stars was understood as evidence of the Anunnaki's influence. Priests studied the heavens with great care, seeking signs that would guide kings in matters of war, crops, and diplomacy. In these interpretations, the Anunnaki were not distant figures but active participants in the unfolding events of the human world. Their mythic presence extended into the stories of great kings and heroes. Rulers claimed legitimacy through connections to the divine, invoking the Anunnaki as witnesses to their authority. Kings were expected to uphold justice, maintain balance, and ensure the prosperity of their people, all qualities attributed to the Anunnaki themselves. Through ceremonies and sacred oaths, leaders declared their commitment to preserving the cosmic order established by the gods. Failure to do so invited misfortune, as the forces that sustained the world were believed to withdraw their favor when harmony was broken. In the daily lives of ordinary people, the Anunnaki remained a quiet but constant presence. Farmers offered the first sheaves of grain to ensure a prosperous harvest. Travelers whispered prayers before long journeys, seeking protection from unseen dangers. Families invoked blessings for newborn children, hoping to align their destinies with the benevolent aspects of the divine. The rhythms of life, from planting to mourning, were accompanied by rituals that reflected the belief that the world was infused with sacred presence. The ancient Mesopotamians did not see their gods as perfect beings. The deities could be compassionate or fierce, wise or unpredictable. Their stories reflected the complexity of both nature and human emotion. Through these tales, listeners came to understand that harmony required balance, and that even the greatest gods worked within a web of interdependence. The Anunnaki, positioned within this intricate hierarchy, embodied the principle that no part of the cosmos existed entirely alone. As the world of gods and humans unfolded across the long arc of Mesopotamian history, stories emerged that illuminated the changing roles of the Anunnaki in vivid, symbolic ways. Among these narratives were accounts of how the divine realms interacted with one another, how choices echoed across the heavens and the earth, and how the destinies of mortals and gods were intertwined through the quiet machinery of cosmic order. These stories were not simply recited as myths, but experienced as living truths, carried through rituals, festivals, and the steady rhythm of daily life. In the ancient imagination, the heavens were not a silent expanse, but a realm alive with intention. Each star that glimmered above the river valleys was thought to represent a divine presence watching over the world. The constellations marked times for planting, harvest, and ritual, their patterns reflecting the influence of the Anunnaki who governed the cycles of time. As priests read these celestial signs, they believed they were interpreting the will of the divine assembly. Their observations became guidance for rulers, shaping decisions that affected entire kingdoms. In this way, the Anunnaki were woven into the fabric of governance, not through force, but through their perceived stewardship of cosmic rhythms. One of the most influential stories spoke of the Great Divine Council, where the Anunnaki gathered to deliberate over matters that touched the fate of gods and humans alike. They sat beneath a canopy of shimmering starlight, each deity representing a different aspect of existence: fields, storms, rivers, fertility, wisdom, and the unseen world below. Their discussions were said to shape not only the passage of seasons, but the fortunes of rulers, the stability of kingdoms, and the survival of communities dependent on the cycles of water and grain. The very order of the universe depended on their harmony, for without balance, both divine and mortal realms would slip into chaos. Yet harmony was not always easy to maintain. Like humans, the gods experienced conflict and disagreement. Stories preserved on clay tablets described moments when the heavens trembled with divine tension. In one narrative, a great storm threatened to tear the sky apart, its fury born from the clashing wills of powerful gods. The Anunnaki stepped between these forces, their presence calming the tempest and restoring equilibrium. The tale reflected an understanding that even divine beings needed guidance, that no single realm could exist in isolation, and that balance was the highest expression of cosmic order. Another story described a time when the earth suffered from a terrible drought. Rivers shrank, fields cracked beneath the relentless sun, and people cried out in desperation. The Anunnaki, moved by these pleas, gathered to deliberate. Some argued that hardship had descended because humans had neglected important rituals, while others believed the suffering was part of a natural cycle beyond mortal control. Only through careful cooperation did they restore the rains, allowing life to return to the scorched land. This tale reinforced the belief that the gods cared for humanity but required respect in return, a mutual relationship expressed through offerings, prayer, and adherence to sacred law. As societies grew more structured, the Anunnaki took on deeper roles in shaping concepts of justice. Kings, seeking to legitimize their rule, declared themselves chosen by the gods, bound by sacred duty to uphold fairness and maintain balance in the land. Law codes were inscribed on stone and clay with the understanding that the Anunnaki watched over every decision. The idea that law was not merely human invention, but divine mandate, gave it immense power. Judges invoked the names of the gods as they sought to settle disputes, believing that justice aligned with the cosmic order established at creation. In this context, the underworld also gained increasing significance. Far from being viewed as a realm of torment, it was seen as a place where continuity persisted after death. Souls journeyed downward through shadowed passages, guided by rituals performed by the living. In these depths, the Anunnaki who presided over judgment ensured that each soul found its rightful place. Their presence brought structure to the mysteries of death, offering reassurance that the afterlife was governed by fairness rather than chaos. People honored these gods with food, drink, and quiet prayers, acknowledging that death, too, was part of the divine order. Stories about the creation of humanity also evolved as the needs of society shifted. Some narratives emphasized that humans were made to relieve the gods of their labor, while others highlighted the notion that humans were partners in sustaining the world. In both versions, the Anunnaki played essential roles in shaping human purpose. They gifted people with skills needed for survival: farming, carpentry, pottery, and weaving, each seen as a divine blessing. As cities grew, these gifts expanded to include writing, architecture, and governance, all viewed as reflections of the gods' influence. Throughout these myths, the Anunnaki remained figures of profound complexity. They were not remote beings existing beyond mortal reach, but forces deeply interwoven with the land, water, and sky. Their actions affected the unfolding of life in ways both subtle and immense. Yet they were also beings capable of emotion, conflict, and change. This portrayal brought the gods closer to the people who worshipped them, creating a relationship grounded in empathy and respect. The myths were not merely stories, but a shared understanding that the world was alive with sacred presence. In this sacred worldview, moments of joy and sorrow carried echoes of divine intention. A bountiful harvest was a sign of favor from the gods who governed the earth. A devastating storm, though feared, was understood as a reminder of the power that shaped existence. Festivals celebrated these rhythms, bringing communities together in dance, song, and offerings that honored the Anunnaki and the balance they maintained. Through these rituals, people expressed gratitude for the beauty and unpredictability of life, acknowledging that human effort alone could not sustain the fragile harmony of the world. As the centuries passed and empires rose, the stories of the Anunnaki continued to evolve. Sumerian traditions blended with Akkadian, Babylonian, and Assyrian beliefs, creating a rich tapestry of mythic heritage. Though the names and attributes of the gods shifted over time, the essence of the Anunnaki remained anchored in their connection to the fundamental forces of the cosmos. They were guardians of order, shapers of destiny, and bridges between the realms of sky, earth, and the depths below. Their story moved through time like a quiet river, carrying with it the memory of humanity's earliest attempts to understand its place in a vast and mysterious universe. As the civilizations of Mesopotamia grew more intricate, the stories of the Anunnaki deepened, reflecting the evolving relationship between humans and the divine. Cities rose along the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates, their temples towering above bustling streets where traders, artisans, farmers, and scribes shaped the daily rhythm of life. These temples were not merely places of worship, but centers of knowledge, learning, and administration. Within their walls, priests guarded ancient traditions and ensured that rituals honoring the Anunnaki remained aligned with the sacred order established at the dawn of creation. One of the most revered roles attributed to the Anunnaki was their participation in the creation and maintenance of kingship. In the ancient worldview, kingship was not a human invention, but a divine institution, a sacred trust bestowed upon humanity to mirror the order of the heavens. The Anunnaki were seen as witnesses to coronations, ensuring that rulers understood the gravity of their responsibilities. Kings were expected to uphold justice, protect the vulnerable, and preserve harmony, just as the gods governed the balance of the cosmos. Their failures were interpreted as disruptions of this order, and their successes as signs of divine favor. Inscriptions carved into stone and pressed into clay preserved scenes of rulers standing before the gods, receiving symbols of authority. Behind these images lay the belief that every aspect of leadership, from establishing laws to organizing irrigation, reflected a partnership between mortal and divine forces. The Anunnaki inspired this partnership. Their presence felt not only in grand ceremonies, but in the daily decisions that shaped the lives of the people. As stories of the gods spread throughout the region, the pantheon grew, absorbing new names and attributes as different cities blended their traditions. Within this shifting landscape, the Anunnaki maintained their significance by embodying principles that transcended individual domains. They represented the unchanging foundation beneath the surface of shifting beliefs, the ancient order that remained constant even when cultures evolved. Their presence provided continuity, a reminder that the world rested on a structure far older than any empire. One of the most evocative narratives connected to the Anunnaki told of a time when the balance between gods and humans was tested. As cities expanded and the needs of their populations grew, people called upon the deities more frequently, offering prayers and sacrifices in hopes of securing protection and prosperity. In one version of the tale, the gods became burdened by the increasing demands placed upon them. The divine assembly gathered, debating how to ensure that creation remained orderly. It was during this time that the idea of delegating tasks to humans took on renewed significance. By entrusting humanity with the care of the land, the gods allowed themselves to maintain their roles without being overwhelmed, and the Anunnaki played a central part in overseeing this transfer of responsibility. This story reflected a deep truth felt across Mesopotamian society: the belief that human labor was intertwined with the divine will. Every act of planting, weaving, building, or recording was seen as participation in a sacred partnership. Work was not merely survival, it was the continuation of cosmic order. The Anunnaki stood as patrons of this harmony, ensuring that humans and nature worked in concert. This view imbued even the most ordinary tasks with a sense of purpose and dignity. The connection between the Anunnaki and the natural world was also reflected in stories about the seasons. In myth, the cycles of growth and decline mirrored the moods and movements of the gods. When the land blossomed with life after the rains, people saw the smile of divine favor. When drought or flood struck, they perceived a disturbance in the celestial balance. These experiences shaped rituals designed to restore harmony. Offerings of grain, oil, and wine were laid at altars with the hope that the gods would respond with kindness. Festivals marked transitions between seasons, celebrating the rhythms of life and honoring the Anunnaki for guiding them. Among these seasonal stories were those connected to the descent of certain deities into the underworld, tales that symbolized the inescapable cycle of death and rebirth. Though not all such stories explicitly featured the Anunnaki, the themes they conveyed mirrored the roles the Anunnaki often played: guardians of balance, judges of fate, and keepers of the unseen laws of the universe. Through these stories, listeners gained insight into the nature of existence, understanding that life's transformations were not random, but part of a greater pattern maintained by divine hands. The underworld itself was a realm where the Anunnaki held profound authority. In the ancient imagination, it lay beneath the surface of the earth, a shadowed mirror of the world above. There, the deceased continued a subdued existence, guided by rituals performed by their families and watched over by the deities who ensured that the boundary between life and death remained intact. The Anunnaki who presided over this realm were depicted with solemn dignity, their role essential to the functioning of the cosmos. Without their guidance, souls would wander aimlessly, and the balance between the realms would be disrupted, threatening disorder in both worlds. Temples dedicated to these gods often included chambers honoring the Anunnaki of the underworld. In these spaces, priests performed rites that acknowledged the importance of the unseen realm. They lit lamps to guide spirits, poured libations to honor ancient deities, and recited hymns that affirmed the continuity of life beyond physical death. Through these rituals, the people expressed both respect and hope, trusting that the Anunnaki would maintain order in a realm filled with mystery. Throughout these mythic narratives, the relationship between humanity and the Anunnaki remained rooted in mutual need. People looked to the gods for guidance and protection, while the gods relied on human devotion to sustain the harmony of creation. This interconnectedness formed the foundation of the religious and cultural life of Mesopotamia. It shaped how people understood their identity, their responsibilities, and their place within a universe animated by divine presence. As empires shifted and new rulers sought to unite diverse peoples under a single banner, the myths of the Anunnaki served as a bridge between cultures. Their stories carried echoes of older traditions, while accommodating newer interpretations, allowing them to remain relevant through ages of change. They became a continuity thread through which shared identity could flow, connecting generations across time and linking different regions through a shared spiritual heritage. As stories of the divine continued to flow through the lands of Mesopotamia, they gathered nuance and depth, shaped by the experiences of the people and the shifting identities of the cities that dotted the river valleys. Each generation added new layers of understanding to the ancient tapestry of myth, and as empires rose and blended cultures together, the Anunnaki remained at the heart of a shared heritage that extended far beyond any single kingdom. Their presence was felt in stories of creation, in the rituals of daily life, in the moral codes that governed society, and in the quiet awe with which people regarded the world around them. One of the most profound aspects of these evolving myths lay in the portrayal of the divine council. This assembly of gods, often described as the place where the Anunnaki gathered, represented the highest level of cosmic order. The council ensured that each aspect of the world functioned as it should, rivers flowing in their courses, storms arriving with timely nourishment, crops growing under the watchful rhythm of the seasons. At times, the council was portrayed as a place of serene unity, but at others it was depicted as a site of lively debate, reflecting the tensions and complexities inherent in maintaining a universe of countless moving parts. Even gods, in these stories, needed to communicate, compromise, and work together to preserve harmony. The relationship between the divine council and human kingship grew ever more closely intertwined as cities expanded. Rulers were often described as shepherds chosen by the gods, responsible for guiding their people with fairness and strength. This imagery emphasized the link between divine authority and earthly governance. The Anunnaki, as participants in the Celestial Council, were believed to witness royal decrees, ensuring that kings did not stray from their sacred duties. Texts carved in stone depicted rulers offering tribute to the gods, reaffirming their role as intermediaries between mortal life and the cosmic order. These rituals reinforced the belief that justice and stability on earth were reflections of harmony in the heavens. In some myths, the boundary between divine and human responsibilities became blurred, leading to tales that explored the delicate balance between the two realms. One such narrative described a time when the noise and activity of human life grew overwhelming. The clamor rose toward the heavens, disturbing the gods and prompting them to confront the challenge of maintaining order without undermining the vitality of human society. In response, the Divine Council discussed ways to ensure that humans could continue to flourish without disrupting the harmony of creation. This story, like many others, reflected the belief that the Anunnaki were both powerful and deeply invested in the well-being of the world. As different cities developed their own traditions, the roles of individual gods associated with the Anunnaki shifted. In some regions, they were closely linked to natural phenomena, while in others they embodied ideals such as wisdom, justice, or fertility. This fluidity allowed the myths to adapt as cultures merged. As new deities rose to prominence in certain cities, their stories were woven into the existing structure surrounding the Anunnaki, resulting in a pantheon that was both diverse and interconnected. This process enriched the mythic landscape, creating a world in which divine personalities interacted through intricate networks of kinship, rivalry, and shared purpose. The underworld, too, remained a vital part of this evolving system. It was portrayed as a somber but orderly realm, governed by deities who ensured that life continued beyond death in a state of quiet equilibrium. The Anunnaki who presided there were described with reverence, their duties solemn and essential. They maintained the boundary between the living and the dead, ensuring that spirits remained where they belonged. The idea that existence did not end, but transformed, resonated deeply with the people, who honored their ancestors through offerings and rituals meant to ease the journey into the shadowed depths below the earth. Some traditions describe the underworld as consisting of multiple layers or regions, each ruled by different divine beings. Although such details varied from one city to another, they shared a common theme: that death was not a rupture, but a continuation of the cosmic order shaped by the gods. In this sense, the Anunnaki served as guardians of both beginnings and endings, their influence extending across all phases of existence. Their presence offered reassurance that the universe, though vast and often unpredictable, was governed by ancient principles that transcended the boundaries between life and death. In the realm of creation mythology, the Anunnaki frequently appeared as witnesses or participants in the formation of the world. Stories told of how they shaped aspects of the natural environment or bestowed gifts upon humanity, teaching skills that allowed people to survive and flourish. These myths reinforced the belief that civilization was not merely a human achievement, but a divine collaboration. The canals that carried water across the fields, the scribes who inscribed records onto clay, the craftsmen who worked with metal and stone, all were understood as continuing the work begun by the gods. In this sense, the daily labor of Mesopotamian life had cosmic significance. As empires rose and rulers sought to unite vast territories, the myths of the Anunnaki took on broader cultural meaning. The stories served as a shared narrative connecting people from different backgrounds. In this way, mythology played an essential role in social cohesion. The figure of the Anunnaki offered a common point of reference for communities that might otherwise have remained separate. Through festivals, hymns, and shared rituals, these diverse groups affirmed their connection to a cosmic order that encompassed all life. Even as political powers shifted and new dynasties emerged, the reverence for the Anunnaki endured. Their roles adapted to the needs of the time, but their significance remained undiminished. As long as the rivers flowed, as long as the temples stood, as long as the stars moved across the night sky, the presence of the Anunnaki could be felt in the rhythms of life. They were part of the landscape of thought, profoundly shaping how people understood themselves and their world. The mythic stories, though rooted in ancient times, continued to offer timeless insights. They reminded listeners that harmony required balance, that power must be tempered by wisdom, and that the world thrived when its various forces worked together in mutual respect. These themes resonated across generations, giving the stories of the Anunnaki a depth that transcended their origins. They spoke of the universal human desire to find meaning in the mysteries of existence, to understand the forces that shape creation, and to feel connected to something greater than the fleeting moment of mortal life. As the centuries passed, and the landscapes of Mesopotamia shifted beneath the steady movement of time, the stories of the Anunnaki became deeply intertwined with the identity of the people who lived between the two great rivers. These stories were not merely ancient memories, but living narratives, recited during festivals, woven into ceremonial hymns, and taught to apprentices learning the sacred roles of priesthood and scholarship. The myths served as both spiritual guidance and a way to interpret the natural world, offering comfort in times of uncertainty and structure in times of prosperity. The agricultural cycle, which shaped nearly every aspect of life, was understood as a reflection of divine influence. The rising of rivers, the nourishment of fields, the appearance of storms, and the shifting of seasons were all seen as expressions of the will of the gods. Within this delicate balance, the Anunnaki held positions of profound importance. Their presence was invoked to encourage the growth of grain, to protect livestock, and to ensure the steady flow of water from distant mountains into the plains below. Through their actions, the world maintained its harmony, and the people found reassurance that the forces governing life remained attentive and benevolent. In the temple complexes that anchored each major city, priests dedicated their lives to learning and preserving traditions related to the Anunnaki. They studied sacred texts inscribed in cuneiform, tracing the lineage and roles of each deity, memorizing hymns, and performing intricate rituals designed to maintain the connection between the earthly and divine realms. Within these sacred spaces, offerings were placed on altars, incense drifted upward in curling trails, and voices rose in chants that echoed through stone chambers. These moments were believed to strengthen the bond between humans and the Anunnaki, ensuring that the world continued to receive the blessings necessary for survival. Some temples became renowned for specific connections to the divine. A city known for its fertility might honor a deity linked to growth and abundance, while another city revered a god associated with wisdom and writing. Yet even as individual temples emphasized different aspects of worship, the Anunnaki remained a unifying force. Their presence linked all cities within a shared mythological framework, allowing diverse communities to feel part of a larger cosmic story. This shared religious identity strengthened alliances, inspired cooperation, and provided stability during times of political change. As empires rose and fell, the Sumerian city-states, the Akkadian Empire, the Third Dynasty of Ur, the Babylonian and Assyrian kingdoms, the myths of the Anunnaki adapted to new cultural and political contexts. Their stories were incorporated into royal inscriptions, epic poetry, and elaborate creation narratives that blended the traditions of different eras. This adaptability contributed to the enduring relevance of the Anunnaki, as they continued to embody qualities that resonated with the changing needs of society. Whether invoked as judges of destiny, guardians of the underworld, or custodians of cosmic law, they served as touchstones for understanding the complexities of life and power. In some periods, the Anunnaki were closely associated with the judgment of souls. The underworld, far from being a distant or feared concept, was understood as an inevitable part of existence. The journey into this shadowed realm was described in stories that resonated with themes of continuity and transformation. The dead were believed to travel downward through gates guarded by deities, guided by rituals performed by the living. Upon arrival, they entered a realm governed by the Anunnaki, who ensured that the boundaries of the afterlife remained intact. The stability of this realm reflected the broader stability of the cosmos. Just as the Anunnaki maintained order among the living, they preserved balance among those who had passed from earthly existence. For families, honoring the deceased was a sacred responsibility. Offerings of food and drink were made to support loved ones in the underworld, embodying the belief that life continued in another form. These practices heightened the sense of connection between the realms, reinforcing the idea that the Anunnaki oversaw all stages of existence. Even in death, the influence of the gods remained present, offering comfort and continuity to the living. Beyond the underworld, the celestial realm also played a central role in defining the identities of the Anunnaki. Priests and scholars who observed the night sky believed that its movements reflected the intentions of the gods. The planets, with their wandering paths, were thought to carry messages, while the fixed stars held patterns that could foretell significant events. This early form of astronomical study emerged from the idea that the heavens were a divine text written by the hands of the Anunnaki. Through careful observation, priests sought to interpret this celestial script, advising kings and guiding the community with insights derived from the rhythms of the sky. In these moments of observation, the Anunnaki were perceived as both distant and intimately present. Their influence stretched across vast celestial distances, yet their will was felt in the texture of daily life. This duality, cosmic in scale yet immediate in effect, contributed to their enduring significance. The people of Mesopotamia believed that the universe operated according to laws established by the gods, and that these laws could be understood through a combination of ritual devotion and careful study. The Anunnaki embodied this connection between reverence and knowledge, encouraging humans to seek understanding without forgetting their place within the greater order. As the mythic narratives continued to develop, the great epics of Mesopotamia incorporated themes related to the Anunnaki. In these stories, heroes embarked on quests that explored the boundaries of mortality, courage, and wisdom. Though the Anunnaki did not always appear directly as characters, their influence could be felt in the challenges faced by the protagonists, in the moral lessons embedded within the narratives, and in the cosmic forces that shape the journeys. Through these epics, the stories of the gods and the aspirations of humanity became intertwined, offering timeless insights into the nature of heroism and the responsibilities of power. The Anunnaki also appeared in flood myths, which told of waters rising to cleanse the world and renew creation. These stories reflected ancient experiences of natural disaster and renewal, interpreted through the lens of divine intention. According to some traditions, the floodwaters were sent as a result of imbalance or injustice, and the eventual receding of the waters symbolized a restoration of harmony. In these tales, the Anunnaki often participated in the divine deliberations that preceded the flood, embodying the principle that creation and destruction were both part of the cosmic cycle they governed. Throughout all these stories, the Anunnaki served as guiding threads weaving through the complex tapestry of ancient belief. Their roles adapted to the needs and experiences of the people, yet their essence remained rooted in the idea of balance between sky and earth, life and death, chaos and order. They represented the deep structure of the world, a structure that could be glimpsed in rituals, in the movements of stars, and in the rhythms of nature. In this way, the Anunnaki provided a framework for understanding both the beauty and the uncertainty of existence. As the mythic world of Mesopotamia continued to evolve, the Anunnaki remained central to the understanding of how the universe functioned, shaping not only the stories of the gods, but the very world-view that guided daily life. Their presence extended into every corner of experience, into the hush of twilight when shadows drifted across the plains, into the slow rise of the rivers after distant rains, into the first stirring of life each spring when crops pushed through the earth. They were woven so deeply into the fabric of existence that people saw traces of their influence everywhere, not as distant forces, but as guiding principles that sustained the symmetry of creation. In the great temple libraries, scribes worked tirelessly to record the stories and rituals connected to the Anunnaki. They pressed wedges of clay into tablets, preserving hymns that praised the gods' attributes, myths that recounted the origins of the world, and lists that traced the genealogies of divine beings across generations. These writings provided future scholars with insight into how deeply entrenched the Anunnaki were in the spiritual and intellectual life of Mesopotamia. Through these tablets, the voices of countless priests, scholars, and storytellers continued to echo long after the cities that housed the temples had fallen into dust. Some of these ancient writings described how the Anunnaki gathered annually in a great assembly to determine the destinies of both gods and humans. This gathering was believed to take place in the heavens, where time itself bent to the will of the divine. The decisions made by the council shaped the coming year. Harvests, conflicts, prosperity, and challenges were all influenced by their deliberations. The belief in this annual decree gave people a sense of structure, a reassurance that their lives were part of a larger pattern crafted by beings who understood the intricacies of fate far better than any mortal could. This concept of divine judgment manifested in rituals performed to welcome the new year. Crowds gathered in temple courtyards, carrying offerings and reciting hymns that honored the gods responsible for maintaining cosmic order. Priests invoked the names of the Anunnaki, calling upon them to bless the land with stability and abundance. In these shared moments, the boundaries between human and divine felt thinner, as though the very air vibrated with the presence of ancient wisdom. For the people, these ceremonies were more than tradition. They were a reaffirmation of the bond that connected their lives to the sacred forces guiding the world. The notion of destiny played a significant role in personal life as well. People believed that their paths were shaped in part by the decrees of the Anunnaki, who governed aspects of fortune, adversity, and opportunity. Yet destiny was not seen as rigid or unchangeable. Through devotion, moral conduct, and participation in sacred rituals, individuals could align themselves with the favorable aspects of the divine will. This understanding gave people a sense of agency within the framework of fate, allowing them to believe that their choices still mattered, even in a world governed by ancient cosmic laws. Stories about the Anunnaki also explored the tension between order and chaos. In some tales, primordial forces threatened to unravel the harmony maintained by the gods, and the Anunnaki played crucial roles in restoring balance. These narratives often described vast cosmic battles or intricate schemes undertaken to prevent the world from slipping into disorder. Though such stories were imbued with mythic grandeur, they reflected the human experience of navigating unpredictability, storms, famine, conflict, and the constant need to reestablish stability in a changing world. The Anunnaki's association with wisdom and knowledge was another enduring theme. In certain cities, they were believed to guide scribes and scholars, illuminating the paths of learning. The invention of writing itself, cuneiform etched into clay, was seen as a gift from the gods, a means of capturing the flow of time and preserving insight for future generations. Through writing, humans could participate in the divine act of ordering the world, recording laws, rituals, and stories that held the power to shape civilization. The Anunnaki who inspired this pursuit of knowledge were not merely figures of reverence, but partners in humanity's quest for understanding. Even in regions far from the great urban centers, the influence of the Anunnaki reached into daily life. Farmers prayed for their favor as they sowed seeds. Shepherds offered thanks when their flocks multiplied. Merchants traveling long distances sought protection from the divine assembly, hoping that the unseen forces of fate would guide them safely across desert roads and winding river routes. The presence of the Anunnaki was felt not only in temples and cities, but in the quiet routines of ordinary existence. As time progressed and cultural exchanges expanded across neighboring regions, the myths of the Anunnaki began to travel beyond the borders of Mesopotamia. Traders and diplomats carried these stories to distant lands, where they mingled with local traditions and influenced new mythologies. Though the names and attributes of the gods changed as they crossed cultural boundaries, certain core themes, creation, judgment, balance, and destiny, remained intact. This dissemination of myth reflected the enduring human fascination with the mysteries of existence and the longing to articulate the unseen forces that shape life. Through conquest, translation, and the movement of people, the narratives of the Anunnaki continued to evolve. Some later civilizations interpreted these stories metaphorically, viewing the gods as representations of natural forces or as symbolic reflections of human ideals. Others preserved the stories as literal accounts of divine intervention in the world. This diversity of interpretation contributed to the richness of the Anunnaki's legacy, ensuring that their stories remained relevant across ages and cultures. Even as the physical remnants of ancient Mesopotamian cities began to fade, temples collapsing into ruins, irrigation canals returning to the earth, stone carvings worn by centuries of wind and sand, the memory of the Anunnaki endured. Their presence lived on in the stories, etched into clay tablets, in the echoes of rituals performed thousands of years ago, and in the human desire to understand the forces that govern the world. The Anunnaki became symbols of humanity's earliest attempts to explore the unknown, offering a bridge between the visible world and the realms that lie beyond perception. As the long arc of ancient history continued its steady sweep across the plains of Mesopotamia, the civilizations that had once flourished between the two rivers gradually transformed. Cities that had risen in splendor slowly yielded to shifting powers and changing landscapes. Yet, through all these transitions, the memory of the Anunnaki remained alive, preserved not only in surviving tablets and inscriptions, but in the persistent influence of their stories on human imagination. These tales, passed from generation to generation, kept alive a sense of connection to a world that felt both distant and mysteriously present. Long after the temples had fallen silent and the great kings had faded into the past, the stories of the Anunnaki continued to illuminate the patterns of existence. Their roles as shapers of destiny, keepers of the underworld, guardians of natural order, and observers of celestial rhythms offered a framework for understanding life's complexities. Even when their names were no longer spoken in daily rituals, the themes they embodied, balance, responsibility, reverence, and the interdependence of all things, continued to echo through later cultures in subtle and enduring ways. The ancient people who first told these stories had seen the world as a place infused with sacred meaning. Every breeze, every river current, every star gliding across the night sky hinted at a presence greater than themselves. In the Anunnaki, they found ways to express these presences, giving form and personality to the forces that shaped their environment. Though modern understanding of the world has changed, the instinct to seek meaning in the patterns of nature remains, linking the past to the present in a quiet, unbroken thread. In time, scholars uncovered the clay tablets that had lain buried beneath centuries of dust. These tablets revealed the ancient stories with remarkable clarity, allowing new generations to read the hymns, myths, and rituals that had once guided the lives of priests, kings, and common people. Through these discoveries, the voices of ancient Mesopotamia reached across the ages, offering insights into the worldview of a civilization that had built some of humanity's earliest cities and recorded some of its earliest thoughts. The Anunnaki, once central to these narratives, emerged again into human awareness, not as active deities, but as profound symbols of humankind's earliest attempts to understand its place in the universe. The rediscovery of these stories prompted renewed interest in the ancient world, inspiring scholars, artists, and dreamers alike. Some explored the myths from a historical perspective, seeking to understand the cultural context from which they arose. Others approached the tales symbolically, intrigued by the ways they reflected universal human concerns. A few ventured into realms of speculation, imagining the Anunnaki in ways far removed from their original context. But in each of these interpretations, the enduring fascination with the ancient stories underscored the power they still held. Despite these varying approaches, the historical and mythological core of the Anunnaki remained grounded in the beliefs of ancient Mesopotamia. They were seen as divine beings associated with the natural world, with judgment, with destiny, and with the maintenance of cosmic order. Their presence shaped early understandings of life and death, of time and creation, of responsibility and fate. Through these roles, they became central pillars of a worldview that sought to explain the mysteries of existence long before written history took shape. Even now, when one imagines the river valleys of ancient Mesopotamia, the slow flow of the Euphrates at dusk, the hum of distant activity from a city's heart, the warm scent of fields just after harvest, it is easy to feel the quiet presence of the Anunnaki lingering in the landscape. Their stories seem woven into the very soil, carried in the whisper of reeds along the water's edge, reflected in the shifting patterns of stars overhead. In this sense, the Anunnaki have never truly disappeared. They persist in memory, in myth, and in humanity's continued fascination with the past. The story of the Anunnaki, like many ancient tales, does not end with a single event or final conclusion. Instead, it fades gently into the vast tapestry of human history, leaving behind impressions and insights that continue to resonate. It invites reflection on the nature of creation, the fragility of harmony, and the enduring desire to understand the forces that weave life together. It reminds us that long before modern ideas took form, people sought meaning in the world through stories that honored the rhythms of nature and the mysteries of the divine. As this narrative draws to a close, the influence of the Anunnaki can be seen not as a relic of a forgotten past, but as a testament to the enduring power of myth. Their presence lingers in cultural memory, in the study of ancient texts, and in the quiet wonder that accompanies every attempt to understand life's deeper patterns. And so, the story settles into stillness, much like the soft settling of dust across old stone carvings, or the gentle dimming of twilight along the rivers once tended by ancient hands. The world has changed, but the echoes remain. Gentle reminders of a time when gods shaped the structure of the universe and humans gazed upward with reverence, curiosity, and hope. In this quiet remembrance, the Anunnaki continue their silent vigil, watching across the vast distances of time, their legacy preserved in the stories that outlived the empires they once guided. Through those stories, they remain alive in the collective imagination, not as distant, unreachable beings, but as symbols of humanity's earliest quest to understand the world, its mysteries, and its place within the grand design of existence. And thank you for joining me on this gentle journey through time. If you enjoyed this moment of calm, feel free to linger, breathe, and explore more stories from the past. Until next time, rest well, traveler. 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 Rest well, traveler.